I'm sitting here talking with the mic off, no one's saying a word. Good morning, IJ. There we go. Hope everybody's doing great. Hope everybody's having a wonderful morning. I thought I had it on. Anyway. Can y'all hear me now? Morning, Mosh. Hey, by the way, I'm downloading that video now that we talked about. See about having you edit some of it. So it's downloading. It's just gonna take a little while. Actually, we're almost done. We got 7 minutes left, and then I'll transfer that over to my cloud server and get you access and that. So yeah, I know. We talked about it last week, and yeah. Thanks, IJ. I know I had it turned off. Oh, you're not burden motion. Things have just been... This week started off crazy, you know. Like I said, we had something come up Monday, something come up Tuesday, and because stuff was coming up, I just felt like, okay, let's push it off. And then, you know, today I completely forgot the fact that I had to pick up my daughter, so we're going to be ending a little early, about 3 hours earlier than usual, to go get my daughter. And, yeah, it's just been a bit of a crazy week. Things didn't go as I had planned, and things have just been thrown off. I was hoping to be able to mow my yard this week, for instance, cut the grass. But so my deck on my mower has 2 blades. One's fine. The other one, like one half of it is bent downward, so it's cutting the grass way lower than it's supposed to be. It's messed up, and it's like creating like shelves in the grass. Yeah, it's just, I can't go scalping my yard. I'm sure all my neighbors are looking at my yard going, what the hell? At least I have not heard anything from the city yet. They haven't given me a notice. So yeah, here's where we're at today. How's the video editing going for you, Moshe? I know that I saw, obviously I was over there checking out.
Yeah. We call them
caution
rocks
tree
sometimes,
ahead.
you know, like in the Bugs Bunny cartoons. But
Thank
how
you so
did
much
you
for the
know
raid,
that?
man. Welcome in, Raiders. We are going to be working on our game again today. We're going to be doing, we're going to be putting together the rooms for it, essentially. Or at least I'm going to try to get that far. We have the rooms kind of semi-put together, so. Oh, Jake's had place. You were with them. Welcome in, man. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you all are having a wonderful day so far. It's a co-work stream today, so it's going to be kind of, you know, lo-fi music and quiet. Which, in fact, I need to add that as a tag. It's going good, Jake. I was just saying a minute ago that, you know, the week it started off rough. I mean, there's a lot of good that's happened over the last few days, but it's just, things didn't go the way I wanted them to, you know, the way you planned for, that kind of thing. Trying to figure out where we left off, because sadly I haven't touched this for a few days. I was talking with another developer yesterday. He popped in my stream, Ranker's Dev. He's popped in a few times. He's like, I asked him, do you work on this every day? He's like, a little at least, you know. This is our main room. We gotta update it. I need some corridors coming out of it. And I came across a YouTube video yesterday. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one who's feeling it's been a bit off. So, it's just, yeah, I don't know what happened with the week. It started off, I had these best intentions, and Monday was like really rough starting. I had every intention to focus on this while, you know, doing some other things. Just couldn't do it, so. But yeah, it's a great day when like you get to start off with someone raiding you, I tell you. So thank you again, Caution Tree Ahead. And by the way, IJ, you mind throwing a shout out for him? or or Mosh, either one. I got you both here. But yeah, I came across a YouTube video yesterday that talked about a step that most game developers miss or decide to overlook, right? And it's the same thing with like software development. A lot of people overlook the idea of like pseudocode, for instance, where you kind of map out a skeleton of your code, so that way you can keep yourself on track. And since I've given myself 30 days to work on this, which we're already a week, almost 2 weeks now in, and this is all that we really got, that really says much, doesn't it? Anyway, we realized that this is a step that's very similar to that, where you're mapping it out, what's called gray boxing. And so you map out your world in just these gray boxes. You don't worry about shading, you don't worry about lighting necessarily, or anything like that. So, but we need to improve our room. I need to at least add the corridors so everything matches up, because if we go out here and we simulate, you'll see, yeah, they're all side by side. That's not really what I want. I do want them to be randomly generated, but I want them to, there to be corridors between them and everything. So we gotta continue with the tutorial. Oh, back ads? You're back from ads? Alright. Well, let's see here. This is what I wanted to do. I realize I've got it over on that game screen. We gotta move back over to my display capture so everybody can see what I'm doing in Unreal Engine. How was the how was the video editing going, Mosh? Alright, we're gonna switch over here so that way everybody can see what I was talking about, because I'm starting talking to myself about this game. Cleared out all the clips. I took all the clips and then got them all set up in the video and then cleared them out. Yeah, okay. Do you clip yourself, or do you have someone there like at the ready, Mosh, getting them for you? Because I think sometimes I'm a little slow on that, or I just forget to do it myself, you know.
Is it going to hurt? Don't hurt me, doctor. I'm not
Morning,
very
Carbone.
good with pain.
How's your morning starting? They're from Outplayed, not from... Oh, okay. So Outplayed is probably like similar to like... I've got a SteelSeries keyboard, I've got, you know, NVIDIA, and they all want to capture stuff for me. So I assume it's that. It'll just capture moments for you that it thinks is, hey, they'll love this. Thinking of keeping the last 2 or 3 VODs because they're funny and an ad from there, yeah. Carbone, okay, I was trying to fix my clips for Twitch, like to be able to do clips. I'll play it on manual, so I clip it myself. It also gives you the option to record webcam, which is cool. Wow. All right. Whatever I play, it comes up different. Not sure I'm following on that, Carbone. You mean like whatever game you're playing or whatever clip you took, it comes up different than what you were expecting? But for you, it's not worth it, I don't think. You have us to clip things here, and you can download the clips, right? Right, Mosh. Yeah, I could download the clips directly. And actually, if I was to set, like, you know, if you decide this is, you know, something that, yeah, you can get into and you want to be doing regularly with me, for like the video editing and that, after you work on this first video, then we could certainly set you up as like an editor on the account, and then you can download them, and I don't have to worry about that. About getting them to you. You can download them directly from and manage the clips and that from on the Twitch channel. So. Take care of that if we decide. Yeah. The see if the shout out to me or shout out to me. So you're talking about like when I do the shout out, if it's gonna come up with that stuff? So I know that the way my shout out works is it will tell you what your current game is, but it will play a random clip on your channel. So, you know, it doesn't matter if it's Core Keeper or something else, it'll just pull a clip from your channel at random. I've had people that are like, that was like 7 years ago. So, but it tells you what they were recently playing in the chat message, right? So, or I think even on screen right there in the banner, it'll tell you, well, this is what they're currently playing. Go check them out. But, you know, the clip, it may not match up. It just pulls something at random, whatever clip is on your channel, right? So it tells you right there, they were last seen playing Core Keeper, but the clip may have come up. If all you have is Core Keeper clips, then that's what'll come up. But if you have some other clips there too, it just pulls one at random. Yeah. That one was that like Call of Duty or Rainbow Six? Yeah, so literally to keep it from pulling any other clips, you would have to delete everything. Which, I mean, that's not really what you want, right? Because you don't want it to, I don't know, maybe you don't like the clips that you had in the past. So, I mean, that's up to you, right? But all right, Mosh. We'll see you back in just a little bit. Trying to figure out how I want to do this. I think I'm gonna save it in a folder. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, as I recall, I think I can like send Moshe a link. It's gonna take a little bit to transfer, I guess. It's funny too because it's like a direct LAN connection between my computer and the cloud drives that are over here next to me. So that was MM. I'll have to look it up for the game. Can't spell it. Okay. We did get a couple of commands set up. And this everybody can use, right? So if I bring up Discord, or if I bring up my socials, you can put in ! socials or ! Discord, and it'll give you a link. I say one link because socials is it's a Linktree link, and it has all my socials in it, so. Or most of them anyways. But we did fix that. So let's see here. I need to come back out here, not this. I was watching this by Penguin. Penguin Zero. He was talking about the Minecraft movie and how it looks bad. I am no longer a fan of Jack Black. I haven't been a fan of him for a long time. I don't mind him like in his voice acting work, but just something about him personally rubs me the wrong way. So this was the video I was talking about that was talking about gray boxing, where you're your entire game is done in the gray like this. And then you go back and you worry about the textures, the shading, the lighting, and all that stuff. So, you know what? I told him I'd watch this. I'm gonna check this out real quick. Maybe. Will it load? My YouTube has been acting weird.
The Unreal Engine Cheat Manager is a very useful tool for debugging and prototyping, especially when you add your own functionality to it. It is already enabled and functioning in your project by default, and has a number of useful built-in functions. And I'm here listing some of the functions I found to be the most beneficial to know about. God, to make you completely undamageable. Then there is Teleport, that will move your player's pawn to wherever you're...
I don't know, I think about the time, and this was like, don't get me wrong, I do like the Kung Fu Panda movies, but before then, when it was like School of Rock, I don't know, there's something that I just started not liking about the guy. If he was to rub you, it better be the right way. Yeah, Moj, I hope he's not rubbing me at all. No offense. Bad choice of words. But they do think, and I don't know, like the way that Penguin Zero was talking about that movie, and the fact that it's got Jack Black, it's got Jason Momoa in it, that it felt like, and he was like really surprised. Like they've been working on that movie for like 10 years, he said, since 2014. They were writing the script as far back as that, and then they saw other movies that came out, like, you know, that were based on video game stuff, and it's like they threw everything at it and then just tried to throw big names in it. He's like, the trailer on this is really bad according to him. So yeah, gotta watch what I say. You might take it the wrong way. I know you're just gonna tease me. You tease me all about it. So Clash of Clans movie, then Minecraft. Oh. So, Ranker's Dev here rated me one day, and we've talked somewhat. He was actually in the stream yesterday talking to me. We chatted about Unreal and some of the stuff while playing some Fortnite. And, you know, he created this, what's called an engine cheat manager, which is actually really good for debugging. He even talks about it here where, you know, the player character can teleport, change size, fly, ghost walk. You can walk through stuff. You can be God mode, and then other features as well for switching camera or debugging, or I guess based on the other targets if you want to summon something in or spawn it, I suppose. So, you know, he was getting into this, and that's essentially what his whole video here is about. It's going to be more heavily C++ in that than it is anything to do with like blueprints and that, I imagine.
The most beneficial to know about. God, to make you completely undamageable. Then there is Teleport, that will move your player's pawn to wherever your camera is looking. In this top-down example, that's not very useful, but for other modes, it's more helpful. Then there's Ghost and Fly, that will let you walk through walls or fly into the air, respectively. And then you use the walk command to go back to normal. There is Summon, to spawn any actor by its class name. For example, I can spawn my Trace Visualizer plugin when I find myself confused about why a trace isn't working. Make sure you append _C at...
Didn't know if you were working on a new list of commands. Or not command, questions for a quiz. I know that we talked about it, and then we would talk about, you know, what could we do for setting up more. Shit, what is it called? What is the name of my cloud drive? Morning, Magic. How you doing? Thanks for the lurk, bud. No worries. Unfortunately, Mosh, I had to uninstall Valorant and Riot Games. Their anti-cheat is hooked into the kernel of the computer, of the operating system in that, and I had not encountered a blue screen issue until, you know, recently. Actually happened this morning, so I believe it has to do with the fact that that thing hooks into the back. You know, I even told it do not load when I restart the computer, and it loaded up. So if if it's not gonna listen to me, then I'm not gonna. I really can't have it installed. That's a breach of security on my computer, in my opinion. So there it went. It was gone. Oh, now we got Gen Z memes. Huh? Okay. Yeah, and it's funny, as high-end as my computer is, it shouldn't be blue screening. So I was like, yeah, there's something up with that. Synology, that's what I was looking for. Shows you how often I log into my own stuff. Would you like to be tested on something else? No, that's fine. Graybox makes engine. No, Mosh, that's fine. We can. Memes are good. I doubt I'll know a single one of them, honestly. I mean, I really didn't get into memes until recently, and even then, I'm more a GIF or GIF. I don't really care. But yeah, the meme. Started using them more for responding to people on like Facebook or even in a Discord. Graybox makes engine run better, but not having to deal with loading and running environmental assets. Yeah, exactly, IJ. That's the good part about doing the Graybox. Now, of course, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna redo all of these gray boxes, and they are literally gray boxes in Blender. But right now, I figured this is good enough. I was thinking about doing that this morning, working in Blender and doing that, but we I decided to go ahead and just push ahead with what I had at the moment. So let's see. So if you know them, more like what they mean, maybe. Okay, I don't know. See what works better. Exactly. Jake's happy place. My kids watch this thing on YouTube called YouTube Poop, or YTP as the cool kids call it. What? Essentially really bad memes that they quote all day. Okay, so I just gotta go look that up then, and I should be able to ace Moshe's quiz. What's there? Lord of the Dreams. Say you're creating map on and your story of game doesn't fully start till you get to the second map. Should the first map be a basic dummy map? Your story of game doesn't fully start till you get to the second map. Well, I mean, okay, so are you talking about like during the actual, are you talking about for your game as an end result for the user who's playing it, or are you talking more for as you're just trying to develop the game, right, to start out? I guess Moshe has to educate herself a little too. Go look up YouTube Poop. Okay, for starting out. Okay, so this is kind of and I agree a lot with this, you know, the logic of this video that I was starting to watch. That I come across 10 times your modeling speed, called grayboxing. And honestly, this is like throughout the entire game.
There is a crucial step before investing time and effort on any project you start, but sadly, it is often overlooked by a lot of beginner artists, and this process is called grayboxing. So in today's video, we'll talk about. You can see, I mean, these are like full fleshed out levels essentially, but they're using assets with no texture, no shading, no lighting, and you know, being interior design.
You can see how that suddenly shifts and everything. So you know, all levels are being gray boxed. They're simplistic. They almost look like dummy levels to begin with. So it just makes it easier because like you've got your level mapped out then, and you've got the mechanics working. You've got your story laid out, perhaps, you know, and then you go back and you just got to deal with, you know, well, let's add the textures, let's add the shading, the lighting that's necessary for my game, and you can play around with that, and at the same time make sure that your mechanics still work with what you had, right? But at least you have the majority of the mechanics started out. Doesn't fully start till, so do you need, let's say, I mean, I guess I'm not sure if that really answers the question, but let's say you're asking, do you need a map for that first level, or, you know, should it be really basic? Because it doesn't really start until they get to the second map for the story. And that, what I'm thinking when you say that is like Skyrim and the opening sequence where you're in a cart and you're essentially, the storyline's just going, right? And for Skyrim, that's a whole different story, right? The whole map is already built out, but you're in part of that map as part of the story, and there's really nothing. You're not really engaging with the map until you hit a certain part in the cinematic sequence at the beginning, you know, and then you're freed from essentially. I guess you were going to be executed, right? So, but then you can go on and you're interacting with the entire map after that. So, does it need? You know, in that case, the map may not even be fully loaded. It's just they're using a cinematic sequence up until you reach that point, and then the map might be loaded, you know. So, I don't, you know, if it's a case where, in my opinion, you're not even really, unless you're walking around, I assume that you're interacting, right? Up until, but if you're telling me that it's like a cinematic sequence or you're being driven only for a portion of the map, you may not have to have the whole thing loaded. It could be loading in the background, you know, while they're going through that first map section. But yeah, I'm not sure if that answers your question. I hope some of that did.
At the end for blueprint classes, and it also won't load your asset into memory, so you may find it only works if you have the blueprint opened or otherwise reference the asset. Then there is toggle debug camera that puts you into free flight without taking you out of the game and displaying useful information, including details about what you're looking at. Players only freezes everything in the game except for players and possibly physics objects. Then there's cheat script that lets you combine multiple commands into one by writing a script in your default game ini file. For example, you can see here I have a my cheat script that first.
Rangerus was telling me yesterday he did a lot of editing on this. It all good, thanks. So, and yeah, you're not doing much in first map. Okay, yeah. I mean, like I said, it reminds me a lot of like the first of Skyrim. Skyrim, you're not doing anything for like the first maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes of the game. You have the story being kind of told between you and the other characters or the NPCs in the cart as you're essentially riding on your way to be executed. So, you know, I'm not 100% sure how they handled it, whether the whole map is loaded from the beginning or if it's just a cinematic sequence and in the background they're loading the map up. But if you're not really engaging, then that, you know, that's the way I would look at it, is that you could write it off as a cinematic sequence to get them to your actual map where the game begins, right? So, but yeah, Rankerus was telling me yesterday that, you know, he did a lot of video editing here to cut things out, probably reworded it, didn't like, you know, the way he was saying one thing and then went back and re-recorded, but you can tell that, you know, he's definitely making sure that he's thought about his words and is not using a whole lot of, you know, along the way, trying to, you know, think or formulate what he's saying. He might have at one point. That might be why he said he had a lot of editing to do. I'm guessing there are tutorials for those. Yeah, Lord. I mean, there's usually tutorials for almost everything, right? Are you looking like for cinematic sequence tutorials out, or, you know, something like that to... So also, if you have Enviro assets, want shaders loaded prior to compiling, not have player wait and start a game. Prior to compiling, to not have the player wait in the start of the game. Yeah. Essentially, you should have a lot of that either, you know, happening before the game starts, you know, loaded in. my brother, he had mentioned that, there were, he saw, of course, the way that this was starting up here was that when I hit play, it was, generated at runtime. So to him, he's like, he was telling me like they had a lot of this stuff already preloaded. But that had more to do with, he said that there were complications or issues they thought regarding like stuff that they wanted to do with the shaders. I can't remember exactly what the issue was, and he couldn't remember 100%, but he's like, I'm pretty sure it was this. And so, but there was some complication with like the lighting or the shading that they wanted to do, and they had to get everything kind of preloaded. The animation part, don't know how the full word is spelled. Oh, okay. So yeah, the cinematic, like a pre-animation as you're heading towards, the map, to be played. Yeah, there are, I'm sure, tons of tutorials out there. And I mean, I'm just starting out, I'm not gonna lie. We're working our way through all this. I will tell you this, a great resource, Unreal Sensei. I don't know if you've seen him. He does a lot of videos, like fully in-depth videos about, like this one on creating environmental. This one for creating a first-person shooter, all in UE5, landscape. I think he probably has other tutorials as well that we're just kind of scrolling through to see if anything comes up. Most of it does seem like this. I know he's got a course that you can sign up for if you want, but there's tons of people out there making these tutorials out there, right? So, you got a Fortnite sensei who will tell you how to like make Fortnite stuff. So, but I know like for a little while I was looking at how to do specifically Unreal Engine 5 cinematic. Because I was thinking about doing videos made from Unreal Engine 5, which you can do in there too, right? So make a cinematic in UE5, beginner step-by-step tutorials. So there's plenty of that, Yeah. Here. We can look up Unreal Sensei, and then how I create cinematic 3D films with Unreal Engine 5. So it's kind of separate, right? You'd be creating a cinematic using your game world, and then you'd have that load in, or be what loads into the game when they load in, to be played out first, and then drop them at the map or that location at the end of the cinematic where they're going to be, right? So, yeah, if you look up Unreal Engine 5 cinematic tutorial. But I'm definitely no expert. I'm more of a beginner myself in Unreal Engine. I was a software engineer for 12 years, but I didn't really play with like game development and stuff. So me personally, they say that you retain information 60% more if you teach it to others. That's why I started doing streaming of what I'm learning. But that's just me learning it and applying it to my game. So I'm going to also make videos kind of like Rancorous Dev is doing, but his is more advanced. I'm going to be really starting from the beginner side of things as well, and making videos that I want to kind of chunk it down like LinkedIn Learning. Here's like a 3-minute 40-second video, 3-minute 30-second video, and really kind of just break it down to shorter videos, very specific about particular training within Unreal Engine. Because people are looking for those specific things. They want it quick and right to the point. They don't want to be sitting through a bunch of fluff and or sitting through, maybe a 5-hour video to find the one piece in there. Granted, you can add, like Unreal Sensei, like I said, he does a great job. Especially if you want to learn about, where is it? Where is the one that I was using? This one here. Beginner tutorial, starter course. And it's all about environmental. If you want to learn about environmental and the Unreal Engine all together, he does a very great job explaining it. But it is a 5-hour video, and so he's got at least everything broken down in chapters if you want to skip ahead. But holy moly, at least this guy, he doesn't rant or anything. He does a really great job, explaining and presenting everything. But it's a really long video, and you have to come down here. You have to say, okay, well, is it textures I'm looking for, or is it material parameters and instance? What is it that I'm looking to, understand? But he covers everything regarding making an outdoor environment along with the castle you see there. So, he's even covering subjects such as nanite. So, he's, I think, if I remember correctly, nanite. I'm not sure. I'm not going to speak to it if I don't know it. Done modeling for a couple of years, so I get where you're coming from. Okay. Yeah, it's like, one part, but now you're trying to jump into, well, what is Unreal Game Engine? And there's a lot to that as well. My brother worked with a guy who does modeling, right? And because he's a lighting and shading expert for modeling and cinematic scenes. And I asked him, I said, is modeling in Unreal Engine worth it, or should I be doing all my modeling in Blender? Because that is fairly new. And he said, he's working with a guy who's trying to do a majority of the modeling in Unreal Engine to see how good it is. And he said, for the most part, it's fine. But, you would end up having...
We call them rocks sometimes, like in the
it would be
Bugs Bunny
better
cartoons.
in some cases
But
to
how
use
did you know
Blender
that?
outside, make all your assets and everything. So, hey, Warby, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. I think I'm probably part of that. So, how you doing? How far did you get in the Star Wars? Give Warby a shout out here. Modeling in UE5, you don't have the same freedom. The same freedom you do in Blender. Yeah. Well, and there's weird ways of doing things in UE5. They're trying to be like their all-in-one stop shop, and it's a new feature. So I'm sure that it will improve with time. Yeah. And it might become your all-in-one stop shop, but it's kind of like I told Troy, it's like a WYSIWYG editor for the most part. What you see is what you get, and Unreal Engine, Unity, they've been working towards that end goal where people who are artistic can still build a game just as much as someone who has the skills to program. Welcome in, Raiders from Warby. I still work on my welcomes. So thank you for being here. We are, it's a co-work stream today. It's going to be me working on and watching tutorials, honestly. So, all on Unreal Engine 5. We're working on our own game idea. There is something I need to do real quick. What the hell? What the hell? Whoa, that's not what I want. Doesn't matter, it's not the right one anyways. Y'all wouldn't see that. May have to destroy this VOD and actually if it doesn't matter. I've got every account has a different one, Where is it? I think that's it. I don't see it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Alright. Be surprised how many people actually care when they see someone's email. They don't. Yeah. Well, thankfully for me, I use I use a random generator for all that stuff, so you know it doesn't matter what you see. You won't be able to get it. And I use two-factor authentication on almost everything, Where it's able, I use it. Unfortunately, there are some sites out there I'm part of that they don't have that yet. You know, it'd be nice if they did. Right here. There should be a way. I think I can do it this way. Sharing link. All right, cool. Sorry, I gotta get this to motion. Where are you? There you are. Okay. I haven't updated my cloud drive in a while. I need to get in there and like check things out. Absolutely, Mosh. Let me know if it doesn't work. So that link should get you so you can at least download it once. If for some reason the download fails or whatnot, let me know. I'll set it up again and add more attempts. I don't know. Hopefully, even though I'm streaming everything, it shouldn't be a problem all at the same time, you know? Yeah, thank you. Good luck with what you're working on. Just passing by. Had to ask the question earlier before I continue. Yeah, no, Lord of the Dreams. I appreciate it. Appreciate you stopping in, checking us out. We're going to keep working on it, keep growing, you know. But honestly, right now, we're trying to just get the room set up. But yeah, I appreciate it. I'll definitely give you a follow and check you out. Do you stream the game that you're working on at all? For others to check it out, or is it just kind of like a hidden project? Okay. Well, by all means, stay in touch. If you want, you can always join our Discord and let me know. And I'd love to see. Oh, that should have sent out the Discord. Yay for commands not working this morning. Sorry, that our streamer bot's being a bit slow in response. It does that sometimes. Yeah. I think it's because I was watching Warbies and it kind of brought me in, but see, that should have been for everyone, so I'm just going to do this. But yeah, by all means, check us out, Lord. I'd love to see what you're working on. It should, the Discord command should be open for everyone. I may have done it. I have it on a cooldown. I need to fix that where it warns me if it's still in cooldown, because it might still be in cooldown. I think I had it cooldown for like 10 minutes or something, but I didn't think I've been well over 10 minutes. So I don't know. I'm just confused. Sometimes the stuff works, sometimes it doesn't. We gotta figure that out. Oh, that's why. I had it set this morning, but I think the command is gone. Don't know what's going on with that. Give me one second here. Oh, what the hell? Okay, so all the work I did this morning before, I think that's what happened. I did all this work in StreamerBot, set up the Discord, set up the socials, and then when my computer crashed, it didn't save that into StreamerBot, so it dropped everything I did. Anyway, it's not something I really want to mess with right now, but I do want to get it done. So talk about nuisance. Yeah. I think when, like I said, when the computer suddenly freaked out on me, I gotta remember to click save up here, otherwise everything that you do just gets wiped out. Enable. Okay, so we got the 2 commands in there again. Back to my actions. See, and that's what I don't get. Like, the action is still there, but the command disappeared. Okay, so we got that command there, right? Oh, darn it, that's not really there. Okay, so now that should work. There we go. And the same thing with our socials. Collectively deleted shit, cool. So now if we want to manually run it, it should come up just fine. But there's like a 10, I added a 10-minute cooldown so that people can't, you know, since it's open to everyone, if like somebody was like, you know, if I say, hey, yeah, make sure to come join our Discord, you just type in !Discord and, you know, anybody could do that then. But it's got a 10-minute cooldown at least, and that way it doesn't get spammed. A bunch of people trying to do it all at once. Okay, that's what I was doing here. I don't know what's going on with my YouTube lately. It's been acting really weird.
That first does a teleport, then a summon, and finally a change size. You can write that in 2 different ways as shown here. And there's a bunch of other commands, more self-explanatory. You can see the full list in the cheatmanager.h file, or by seeing what functions are available on the cheat manager object in your player controller blueprint. But to get the most out of the cheat manager, you really gotta extend it with your own functionality. For my game, War Tribes, I have extended it with a couple of things. First of all, I have this cheat panel that will only spawn if the cheat manager is enabled. The cheat panel lets me easily spawn enemies, items, and has some other useful functionality. I also extended the cheat manager in C++, allowing me to enable some debug drawings, configuring attacks, parries, animations, and adjusting a whole bunch of more rules I've set up for my game. To extend the cheat manager, you can do some limited things in Blueprint, you can get a full functionality in C++, or you can do a mixture of both. In Blueprint, you simply create a class, make sure it inherits from the right cheat manager, and then you have an object you know will only be instantiated when the cheat manager is enabled. But you cannot define control commands by default in Blueprint, though there are some plugins I've seen that might be helpful in that regard. You can then hook it into
Okay, so it looks like he used cheat manager, which is actually built into, and then
UI or other classes.
added more
but to get the most of it, you want to extend it from C++ and add some console commands. To add a functional variable in the console, there are 3 different ways. The first way is to add a ufunction with the exec specifier. Optionally, you can also add the cheat meter tag here to add an alias for your console command. Then you can register a console command with the console manager, or you can use CVARs, which stands for console variables, which can have a change handler to handle when these values change. This is what I've used for the rule changing in War Tribes. I've set up a bunch of macros to make it easier since I have so many. You can see here what one of those macros expands to. CVARs also needs to be defined in a C++ files function. CVARs and register console command can and should use the ECVF cheat flag, so you can trigger it when the cheat manager is disabled. After you extended the cheat manager, go into your player controller and select the correct cheat manager to use. I'm sure you can think of many things to use the Cheat Manager for. I recommend starting by making some functions for the core logic of your game, for example spawning enemies, weapons, etc. And then there's some other useful functions like force garbage collection that can help you trigger certain bugs that might be hard to find. If you want to make it easier to find and type out your inputs for your cheat commands, you can register additional autocomplete words to be added. You do this by calling the register console autocomplete entries on the uConsole objects, then adding a static or uObject method that returns a list of additional autocomplete entries that the Cheat Manager should know about. Now, as you may know, the Cheat Manager is not always available. It's only available in the editor or playing outside the editor if you're in single player. There's two reasons the Cheat Manager might be unavailable. The first is that it's simply disabled right now, or the second is that it's completely compiled out of the code, for example in shipping builds. If it's disabled because you're in multiplayer, you can simply run the enable cheats command to enable it, although only if you have authority. If you're in a shipping build, it's hard removed from the code, and you cannot access it no matter what. Though there are some ways to get it back into shipping builds if you really want to, that I'll get into later. We can have the Cheat Manager in a develop or debug game package build, just not in shipping. We can see here that I'm in a develop build and the Cheat Manager is working fine. If you experience that the Cheat Manager doesn't work in your develop or debug game, it's probably because you're in a multiplayer mode, in which case you can try the enable cheats commands, or you can override the two core objects involved with enabling the Cheat Manager. That's the player controller and game mode. Now the player controller is the class responsible for spawning and holding a reference to the Cheat Manager. It has two functions involved with enabling cheats. The first one is the add cheats, which is the one that spawns the Cheat Manager, and then there's enable cheats, that's the before mentioned command. Add cheats will ask the game mode for whether cheating is allowed, and we can override the player controller add cheats and or the game mode's allow cheat functions. If you really want the Cheat Manager to be enabled in shipping builds, here's how you can do it. First, we need to enable the console. You do that by going into your mygame.target.cs and adding a global
Unreal Engine Cheat Manager. How and why? Well, I understand the why as far as what he's describing. The how part, I must be missing something. The only reason, I mean, the big reason why I'm watching this at the moment is to give some feedback as far as how the video is put together. As far as like how he speaks, and how the content is organized, it seems well organized. The only thing that I'm curious about is where did I miss like the how? Like how am I going to enable Cheat Manager or utilize it within my own? He shows me how he's utilized it, and or you know how he has extended it by showing, well, here I've added this and here I've added this. But I don't know, at one point it seemed like the Cheat Manager is already built into it, so I think I'm missing something. So anyway, back to the video that I had been watching. See, sometimes I get caught in loops on or the rabbit holes of YouTube and the craziness that occurs. August the Duck talks about different people's streams and stuff, and some, like this person in particular, what he showed was just unreal how people can like have a fire start in the kitchen and not realize that, hey, if I put the pot lid on the pot, it might put it out. You extinguish it.
Video and my YouTube channel. My name is Ronnie, and today I will show you exactly how I created this procedurally generated dungeon that you can use in your game. Every time you press exits in it, now we get the 3 new exits here, and we're adding it to the exit list, so it should have 6 in it. Let's just test it out. Print. We just need to test stuff out all the time, guys. And we can make a new custom event here. Custom event. Oops. And we will call it check for overlap. Check for overlap. Why can't I spell overlap today? That is nuts. So when this one is getting played, it will play this one, which is this code up here. When that has been running, then it goes on to play the next part. So we need to fire off this check for overlap. And I think we need to do it in here. So grab it from the left. And plug it in.
See you a little bit, Carbone. Thanks for the lurk.
So if all this is good, we're moving on. But I'm doing something wrong here. I think we need to put this code here down in here somewhere, right? So let's say the room is successful. Then we will be adding.
Let's say we jumped a little too far ahead.
We will add this.
Do that.
And we need to do that before we press play. Otherwise, it will just create an endless dungeon. So for the room amount, we just need to use an integer. So we go down to the variables down here, press the plus, and then we get a new variable. We call it room amount. And here, where it says actor, we need to select an integer. That is just a number, and it should not be an array. So go over here to the right and change it to single. Compile. Then we can type in, let's say 10. We want 10 rooms. So when spawning the next room, we want to check if we have any rooms left. So drag out room amount. So we are getting the 10 room number here. No, sorry guys, I don't think we need to do it here. We need to do it over here before it spawns the next room. So drag it out room amount, get the room amount, when this room has been spawned and everything is good, we want to subtract one room from the room amount. So drag out, click the minus or subtract button on your keyboard, then select subtract and type in 1. So now we're subtracting 1 from the room amount. And then we need to set it to the new, so drag out the room amount again and select the set room amount. Right, so we're getting room amount, we're subtracting 1, and then we're setting it again. So now it's only 9. This is the newly updating room amount file here. This one, and this one is the same. This one has 10. When we have to subtract 1, then it has 9, which means this will turn into 9. Drag it in here.
We did this part, but following this is where he starts to get so it doesn't overlap rooms. Because that was one of the issues that I had here was if we started up, there should be 10 rooms plus 1. The starter room making 11 total rooms. In this case, looks like it might be okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, right? Let's start up again. And you can see right here, there's a couple of them with 2 red arrows in it. So it overlaps a couple rooms. It just dropped them on top. It just goes, okay, it stuck a room. Let's say the green arrows is what it's looking for to add a room next to it. And what ended up happening, we had this room here, added a room here, added a room here. It goes, oh wait, but there's a green arrow here. Let me put a room here. And then it goes, okay, well, there was a green, actually I think I probably started with this one. Built a room here, stuck a room here, stuck a room here. And then at some point put one here and goes, okay, well, there's a green arrow that was coming off of this one perhaps, and it dropped it in there. So you have to have it so it checks to see if there's already a room existing and to not overlap it. Which will be the next part of this video. I just gotta get through this and like
we have
speed it up
more rooms than 0 here. So we are getting the room amount again. We get it, and then we want to see if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 rooms and a start room. All right, press play again. We get a new layout, and all these exits you see here, they're all getting added in the list. So all, if we spawn a new room right now, then it has all these exit points to choose from for the new room. Does it make sense? Getting a random dungeon. This is awesome, guys. The thing is that we might not see it here, but let's say it's adding a new...
The unfortunate thing is I realized I don't really want a random dungeon. I mean, I do, but I don't. What I really want is the dungeon to be a specific size, and then the traps in it to be random. So, the issue I have here... is how to contain my sizing so it only does X number of rooms in one direction, X number of rooms down the other direction, and then fills it in. I could certainly get it going in 2 different directions. This is to get the world transformed. I really don't think I'm really worried about that. To spawn the transformation so that it rotates it. And honestly, I don't think I want that because I want specifically laying it out a certain way. I want it going, you know, across and down. If I have it rotated, those arrows are going to change direction. I don't want it to do that. So I'm curious if this is going to work. At least, you know, to kind of start out. Because once I start changing code, then all sorts of hell can break loose. Now we got that one room. Nope, we got multiple rooms. It just didn't do what I wanted to do, which was move it over. Because the spawn transform didn't show up. Selected exit target. Current component to will transform for this component. Target and scene component. I based it on those two. We can say it rotates it. I don't want that because you can see then it has the arrow on this side and it will start to build out across. And it'll rotate it again, causing more rotation. That's not what I want. I could have sworn that was as a result of this. And of course, the other option I thought about dealing with was instead of trying to just generate the map, build out a few different levels of different sizes. But what I'd like is for the user to be able to input a value, right, for size of map. It's a way that you could replay this to increase replayability by changing up the size yourself. I don't think this one's going to matter at all, because it does it based more on... Where is it? I've seen it used. There's like a 4-up option, so I can see multiple views at once, but for some reason I don't see it listed there. So there. Oh, that's because of the way I selected it, I think. wonder if that's what I'm missing. We have these exits, but if I put an entrance on either side, I could have it check the exit. And if it's, you know, like arrow 2, then the location should come from this side. If it's arrow 3, it should come from this location here. And it'll kind of keep it moving along. Grab it. Oh, I don't like that. Can't see anything. View. Should be window. There should be. That would just be under view, I thought. Was it just under view? Like a spot to turn off the decals is what's called. But some of the stuff, like, you're visible within the main viewport of your game, your scene, and then when you're working with your assets, you don't see it. It's not visible. Could be because of the perspective. I mean, bottom view instead of perspective, but I guess we could take it down here. Move back up. There. how the blue got off. It's weird. Sometimes. I don't know why there's a rotation on that. Oh, that's why. There. Let's get it exact. Perspective. It seems strange, but I think that that'll solve my problem for getting it so that it has to check for the exit, what the arrow is, and then line up based on the corresponding entrance. IJK, Semprendo, and FN. Eh? What? Wait, does that line up? What is that? Which one is that? Okay. Let's exit one. Oh, good. That makes sense. That will make sense. What is Friendo and FN? What am I missing here, IJ? So they come down from Bonneville. Yeah, you can't really see it because they go into the geometry, but may have to go get me some more water here in a minute. Hey, Flawless. Good morning. Ah, you messaged me. I see that now. Oh my good gosh. Why? Why could you not sleep? What happened? Ooh. I get that every once in a while, and usually I blame it on the med that I'm taking. Meditate kind of does that to me. Oh my gosh, someone else has a sound reward called the claw too. Pardon me. Yeah, no, I understand. Normally I'll still get some sleep, but it is a struggle. I'll lay in bed for 2 to 3 hours sometimes when I'm trying to get to sleep. And then sometimes I'll just give up, go work for a little while, and eventually I'll hit that block where, yeah, I'm just too tired now at this point. I can actually go to sleep, but no, I completely get that. I'm sorry to hear that you had to go through that last night. That's not what I wanted. Check in on a couple of the streams, saying, hey, we're lurking on you too. I wonder sometimes, there were some people I had found and followed from Pirate Cove, and I wonder if they're still part of the Cove, because a lot of people who are usually have a check-in. I think those check-ins, like some people I've noticed, don't have that, so I don't know. Anyway, back to what we were doing. I had a notification on my phone by YouTube. I don't know what's up with that. Ah, new person posted a video. Are you satisfied with this YouTube notification? No. And Flawless, by the way, we do have we have a Discord command and a Socialist command now, so that way, you know, if we need to throw it out there because, you know, the auto had done it like an hour ago and it's not come up yet, but we want to share it, it's there. So it's got a 10-minute cooldown globally, just to kind of keep it from being overused. It can be used from YouTube or from Twitch, so, but it's there. One more thing I gotta do here. It's crazy. The Dead by Daylight stream I did over on YouTube got the most views I've had so far in a while. Got 131 views. I couldn't monetize it, but that has to do with some audio that was played in the background, if that was on from Dead by Daylight or something else. Alright. That should set the location to keep relative and set the relative location you want. What I'm thinking instead, I don't know if it can do this though. Because if I remember correctly here, based on what it's doing, it's choosing exits that already exist on the map, right? Moving it from the list, taking one that already exists on the list, and applying it, here it's taking that exit position and adding it to the spawn transform. But I don't want the exit position. What I would rather have is the entrance position. So, I'm curious. Let's see. There's only 2 exits here. Exit 1, exit 2. Now we're again there. There's 3 exits. Again, exit 1, exit 2. Okay, so that's what I was curious about. If the name of it would be replicated. So if it is, that'll mean that I can go ahead and, if exit 1, I need to have an entrance section here. And the entrances will, if it's based off spawn transform, that isn't going to work the way I want it to. Let's see here. Transform location, transform rotation, transform scale. Really, I just want to go to location. Split struck pen. So maybe I don't have to do anything because I don't want to transform rotation in my case. I don't want to transform value scale. I want the scale and the rotation to stay as is. I only want to transform the location. So maybe I don't need the entrances. Nope. Tons of overlap. So I think what happened is fairly plain to see. If I do that again, hard to understand the way that this is written out, but essentially it took, you know, this is the main starting point of the room, right? And it said, okay, we're going to take this exit, and it lines up center right there. So I wonder if instead they're lining up based on this. That is where it's matching up with my exit, and that's why like half the room's in, half the room's out. Thanks, Fagalicious. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Can't tell you how many people I usually lurk on while I'm streaming. Right now there's at least a handful. But some days everybody's on and it's like, yep, I've got probably a dozen or so people up. I don't like how that disappears. I'm not sure why my wall isn't filling in, why it disappears when I scroll in. I'll figure that out. Not necessary at the moment. Oh, we want the floor. Give me 1 second, bye. I've got to knock at the door. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Shooting a little food, so I kept quiet there for a minute. Mama had to come tell me about the baby. Baby, apparently. So we had like this like branch lighting thing over the couch. Got it a few years back, and it looks really cool. There's only one setting I like, and that's like all of them lit up, not like the blinking, twinkling thing. I just like the speed at which they blink or twinkle sometimes is like strobe effect, and I don't like that. So, but having them all lit up, it's really kind of cool. Nice ambient lighting in my living room. I had to take it down because baby kept reaching up to pull it off, and it was put on there with like, you know, staple gun. So there's just staples into sheetrock, which is great until you got baby continually pulling on the branches. Ah, shit. The only downside, I think, the selection, I've double checked if there's an easier way to do this, but selecting like everything all at once. I don't know if even these collision boxes are worth it because they aren't stopping me from going through the walls. There's another style of collision box, I believe. I didn't use the right one, I guess, but it definitely stopped me from falling to the floor. Okay. Of course. Should probably move the exits and that too, huh? Should move it all at once. I don't know if this will solve my problem, but it's worth trying. Nah. Not really. Instead, it's lining up the corner with the exit. So if I add the transform rotation to that gets me that. So it rotates it. But that causes problems as well. Let's see if we get any information from his video that gives me inkling of an idea of how to fix my problem.
New room to this arrow, and it places a new room here. Then we get a new arrow over here, and then if it selects that arrow and places the next room, it will lie on top of each other, because we have no way right now where we're checking if any rooms are touching another room or overlapping another room. And we want to make a rule that does that. If a room is getting placed on top of another room or hits another room, then we want to delete that room, and we want to try and select a new exit somewhere else and place the room there. That is the harder part to do, but that is super important. Okay, so that is just super cool for now. Let's fix the overlap thing. It's not really a problem now, but we can also, if you go into the dungeon generator, go to the room amount, you can set it to 30. Right, compile, and then we can try again, and we will get a dungeon with 30 rooms. Some of them might be overlapping now, we can't really see it, because they're all the same material, so that's not really any flickering or anything that will tell us that anything is overlapping, but there probably are. You can see here, guys, I found a room that is overlapping. Room number 12 and room number 18 are on top of each other. So that is not good, and we need to fix that. Okay, so we need to fix this overlap thing. Just go in here and make this pretty, like this. Let's go down here. Let's make a new custom event. Right click, custom event, and we call this add overlapping rooms to list. So now we want to figure out if the rooms are overlapping. Any other rooms. So drag out the latest room. The latest room is the newest room that we have placed. We want to check if that is overlapping with anything, which is why we made the overlap box.
There, that's what I really probably want. If I'm right, I could spawn the actor at default location. And then what's happening here, we set the new room. It's getting the exits, depending the list for exits. That's all fine and dandy. Let's see here. This is like the number of rooms it's going to add up. That's great. But what I could do in here, honestly, there's a lot better way of doing this. If you think about this like as if it was actually C++ coding or coding in general, right? A lot of this could be broken down into a separate function, which is essentially what these custom events are, is they are considered functions. So you create a function for the exit list. And then this would call that function. It's a separation of duties, right? I have a lot of things going on in this one class, this one function here, that may not be, it's not really the best way of handling this. I mean, we're doing it just because we're following a tutorial. We're definitely have to go back and I feel like clean a lot of this up, make it more appropriate. And that's essentially like, I was actually reading a book on blueprint development. Actually, it was a game patterns within Unreal Engine, blueprints in C++, and it even talked about, you know, blueprinting, at least at the time. This book was written for Unreal Engine 5 actually, so you know, even now it's still considered that blueprinting is more for like prototyping your game, whereas once a concept has been proven through blueprinting, that allows a true developer to go in, convert the blueprint to C++, and, you know, clean up the code. So blueprinting is a WYSIWYG editor style for coding. All this is, you know, when I compile it, it's actually transformed into low-level language C++, but it may not be the cleanest as a result, because blueprinting is kind of, I'm throwing in these different building blocks, which is really great, actually. I mean, for quick, dirty development, it works really well. And for a lot of people who want to get into building games but don't have coding experience, even, you know, that really helps out a lot for getting started, getting games out there, indie games in particularly. And then you can go back and learn the coding and the best practices and, you know, improve your game, or for the next game, you know, that's a great starting point. I haven't coded in C++ since I was in school in like 2010, so, you know, I can read it and understand it. I'm not the strongest in that regard, but we're gonna, you know, we'll get better. I'm definitely gonna start picking up my book and rereading C++ and understanding the code again. So, despite that, what I believe I have going on here. So what we noticed earlier was I could literally create all the rooms sitting on the same point, right? So if I remove this, you can get rid of the world transform here. So it's creating a random room list. We had to break this out so we had default values for the spawn locations, the transform location, the rotation, and the scale. So my new room is set. As well, we're appending the exit list afterward. And we're setting the room amount. We're subtracting 1 from the total amount that we want. This is the branch is like an if-else condition. Oh my god, I've talked to these people already this week and they won't bother me more. It really pisses me off. So if the room mount hasn't reached 0 yet, continue on making more rooms, right? Spawn next room random, and it keeps running through to build more rooms. Get child component. What am I getting here? The exits? Okay. They're appending to the list. here we're removing the selected exit. I think I want to wait to do that. So I want to use that selected exit. It may still be visible to me. See, unless I'm using it to actually spawn, like to use it for the spawn actor, this is actually not even necessary right here. There was an option here under the transform. Transformation. So I can set actor location. I feel like in order to do that, you have to spawn the actor first. This is my actor object reference. I could move that here for the target. That could be like one of the very last things I actually do though. Because the room is moving along here. Treat the value of the variable can use instead of a separate get node. The problem is the rotation. I don't want the rotation. Instead, I want to change my the location. Oh, where did I take this from? Okay, what I'm thinking here. This might work. Hey, Chill Talk, how you doing, man? I will be on about 2.5 hours-ish. Till 2 o'clock here. It's 11:20 now, so about 2 hours, 40 minutes. I have to go get my daughter this afternoon. Right now, we're trying to figure this out where it spawns this the way I want it to, instead of just kind of random location. Random location, random dungeon generation was great. That's kind of what I was expecting, but I realize that's not really what I want for this game. So, but I want to auto spawn the rooms. I don't want to sit there and create, default maps, because what I would like to do for replayability after I talked to my brother about it is you could put in that you want a 10 by 10 room map, or a 20 by 20. You could size it up how you want to a degree. I think we don't want to go like ballistic and have like a 100 by 100 room map. That would be outrageous. So, why the crying faces? I'm here. Are you gonna be heading out? I know it's late there, right? It's gotta be real late there by now. It's gotta be what? 6, 7? I don't think I can do that, actually. Again, it needs the target. So I feel like I need to hook into here. Be home in an hour and a half. Well, we'll still be on. Like I said, at least I'll have still an hour after that. So, but we'll be here. You working right now, man? So, let's see here. They had it. Where it's landing on the exit. Based off the exit location. But I want to use both in a way. Or match one up to the other.
Life is a wonderful life, for roving over the sea. Give me a career as a buccaneer, it's the life of a pirate for me. Oh.
Every time that plays, I should have it auto post for the Discord. So this is pulling the object reference from here, which is what we were having earlier, but I'm having it play through because I want to change the position first. From K. Okay, could have popped in. Not like we're playing a horror game right now. She's probably like, that's just too damn boring. Let's see. No, that really matters. I'm just playing around with like where those lines are ending up, and there's not much I can do about that. So my new location, I kind of want. Well, what I do want, I want the location. I have to like determine the location, which, fuck me. Because in this case, if I say, well, new location is this exit arrow, it shifts from here to there. And I've got overlapping boxes. I moved it up, and then that was like the corner here. So I'm actually wondering if I move this back and it's the center of the room. That still wouldn't be good because it's going to shift it right on their center of the room. If it was here, it would shift that up. But that won't work, I think, if it tries to slide it over, because then when it goes to slide it over, it's going to slide it halfway. It's almost like I would need 2 of these rooms specifically set up, one for coming from this entrance and one for coming from this entrance, so that way if it is this arrow, then it takes from here, or it takes a room that's set up this way and puts it here. If it's from this arrow, it takes a room that's set up from this side and puts it there. I remember when I was first learning database development and data management, I would try to do things where, like, I try to do everything within one table or just a handful of tables. And a friend of mine pointed out, you can't do that. You have to break it down to its most simple parts. And the thing is, I don't want to transform rotation. It's almost like my best bet. There's 2 ways I could look at this. I can either create separate rooms, or I'm gonna have to push this back to center. And that way, if it's this, it's automatically gonna bring that to here, and then I have to offset the movement that much more. Because knowing how much I have to offset it by. Pretty certain each square is 10. Because things were snapping. It looked like it was snapping it by 10. By 1 square at a time. That's sitting at a half a square, right? So it should jump another half square down if I move it. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. So that's 10. It looks like this is 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 27 and a half. Set the actor's root component to the specified relative location. You know, I wonder, instead of putting it right here, if everything's going to be moving based on this location here, I put this over here. This would set it there, but we wouldn't want it there. We'd want it up further. This one would be fine because it would move it directly over. But this one, I would actually want it further up. So 275. Holy crap, that makes sense. Oops. Negative 275. Because I said 27 and a half, right? Anybody here know what double 275 is? Alright. Negative 550. So if I'm right, when it spawns the room based on that, it'll put it up here. Right there. If it spawns it based off this one, yeah, that should have given me an answer right there, 549. That's double the length there. The full room length, okay. So yeah, that would be 275 this way, 275 this way. That'd be the full length of the room then. Should slap it next to it. Alright, so that means I shouldn't need this. Now we should be able to hook this back up. I shouldn't need the rotation, just the location. There we go. Now it obviously overlap. We only have 7 rooms. I have my settings set to 10 plus the start room. And because there's no rotation, you can't see the overlap. So we just got to take care of the overlap. But we're getting there. The problem is that I need it to only go out X number this way and X number this way, and I'm not quite sure I'm going to handle that. Hey, Flawless. I'm almost thinking that the only way to really handle this is to completely get rid of that whole idea together, right? Of random room, and instead create one row and then have it come back and create the next row or next column, or I guess next row in the column. Go back to, starter room. Oh, yeah. Okay. Started flooding, so I had to move a vehicle before we lost it. Did I go to school for this? So I did go to school for game software development, not necessarily Unreal Engine, just game software development. IJ and I were in class together. A lot of the courses that we took, starting out with C++. I don't know if they ever actually got around to engines. Everything was going to be coding, as I recall. So I think we were going to work with C++, and then we are going to work with I've got the book over here. Shit, if I can remember what it's called. But I did go to school for coding. And unfortunately, at the very beginning of that degree, so I originally went to school for animation. And then, a few years in, I realized that Westwood wasn't providing the best curriculum for animation and the field. Full Sail was providing a better one. That's where my brother went. I switched schools, but by then I'd lost my interest in it. They were teaching me graphic design to begin with. And I said, to hell with that. So I went on to Full Sail, and I lost my love and passion for it at the time. And so I decided, well, let's go back full circle to coding. Full Sail didn't offer, game software development or game design or anything like that online. It was all on site, and I couldn't move to Florida at the time. And so I went back to Westwood for the game software development. By then, I'd racked up enough of the bill, and I couldn't pay for anything because I didn't have a job at the time, that I just I had to leave. So started becoming self-taught for software development at that point. Like we're doing here, kind of self-teaching. Unfortunately, what we had going on, what we had going on here kind of worked. It's the same thing as me at the moment, fellas. And in order to find where to start, I started searching YouTube for people who have done the same thing already. The only thing is, I guess, I understand the logic of it from my years of programming and coding. So I understand a lot of logical diagrams, and that's what they've done here, is they've taken coding and simplified it. I could be staring at a bunch of C++ code, but they've done away with, it's still there, and it's still wise to get to that point. But to help prototype, build games faster, and get them started, they've built in this system where it's kind of like plug and play with code. I tell it, okay, I want this, this, and this, and it will automatically write all the code on the back end. So at least, that does make it easier and faster for prototyping out games and getting them off the ground. That way you can also go to a publisher, for instance, or go to Kickstarter, and showcase what you're working on and get funding to help, continue that. So I almost feel like I need to duplicate this and rework it, and rework it twice, where we have row and column, where it's not random. Originally I was thinking procedurally generated dungeon, and that's fine. It is procedurally being generated, but most procedural generations are done so that they're randomized, right? And they come off being random room placements, random maps. My map is only random in the sense of the size of it, by choice of the user or player, and the placement of the traps. So the traps those will be randomly placed throughout, but the actual room placement isn't random, or doesn't need to be. It's one big giant cube. So rethinking all this. I'm gonna kind of follow what I was doing here. You know what? I'm gonna make this bigger so I can see it, since we're not really watching a video right now. Now, there was supposed to be a way that I was supposed to be able to, I thought F10 or F11, it's supposed to, yeah, it's supposed to like drop these, hide them all, but for some reason that's not working for me. I don't know why. I guess I could do that. That's fine. Let's see here. I guess if it doesn't matter which direction, if it's going up or if it's going down, they'll all be the same to me at the moment. I always thought on XY axis, negatives were this way, positives this way, negative, positive, but for some reason these seem to be flipped. I'm looking down from the top, I think Kickstarter, we need chats. Yeah, well, IJ, I mean, kind of all of the above, but yeah, if that's the case, would love to have a chat, because I was thinking Kickstarter, once I got enough of it built, right? And I was thinking to at least release a demo version of the game. Hell, I was even thinking about releasing Greybox, just so that way people could see, what it is to be like. But yeah, I don't know. Definitely would love to sit and chit chat about that one. And Flawless, you had mentioned you played a lot of escape room games yesterday. So I mean, tell me. In fact, actually, if you want to, I'm fine jumping into the Discord server to talk about it. But I was gonna have you tell me what did you like about escape room games? What do you not like about escape room games? About the puzzles, or that are played. So, because I realize that this is a blend of escape room and survival horror at the same time. So my brother was asking me about, certain aspects. He's like, I don't know. He liked the idea, but he was like, what if you include certain, like puzzle mechanics into it as well? So I like the idea of that as well, but have to No, I'm kind of curious because I haven't played a lot of escape room games myself. I should probably pick up some. Not like about escape room. They are amazing. Can you think of specific mechanics about it that make it so amazing? Is it, I guess, are most escape room games based on like a story and you're looking for clues within a room to, you know, that tie into that story, I assume? Stray. So if it's going out in two different directions, that's all I really want. So I'm trying to make a cube. There we go. I don't need... I still have my other arrows, right? Pretty sure? Yeah. My entrance arrows, my exit arrows. Strategy mostly. Sometimes test your IQ. Okay. What did he have up here? What was that? That was set room amount. Okay. So he has it in here. I'm actually thinking... Or was that just a variable? See, I'm not quite 100% sure on how... If I set something outside of all of this code here, if it's going to actually look at that variable when it's set down here. Now, there are specifics to security. That is stuff that I need to take into consideration as we move forward, but... What's the default? Where's that coming from? Let's see here. Room. Row. Count. Oh, room. Column count. Total. Can I do math? Let's do math. I think I can. You can subtract, add. There it is. Let's see here. Like user room count. I'd rather be a get option, but so now in this case I could say, okay, 5 by 5 square, and it should multiply that as 25, drop it in as my room total for 25 rooms. Look, Claude just sent me some photos of little Chrissy Missy, our baby, having some fun. She sent me some from last night when I was having a snack and she was having a snack. Her crawling through this tube. Let's see if I can bring it up. It's too cute. Cuteness overload. Oh, I like that. Here she comes. She's such bright eyes. Having fun outside with Mama, it looks like right now. Alright, let's see here. What if I don't want it to be random? So if it is a list, wait at the last one. Last index, okay. Last value index into an array. So instead of going by random, that wouldn't go there. We have active class references option 0, option 1. Turn the option at index. First option is indexed at 0. I wonder if I can do this. This might be an option. There we go. That still doesn't link up with class. So what was the difference? I'm curious. Out item actor class reference. Set array of actor class references. So I'm selecting the item, that's the last index of the array of actor class references. Why? Oh, so there's something about this I'm not understanding. Last index. Get the last valid index into an array. I don't want to get it into an array. I want to get it from the array. I suppose an option. But this is my array here. Right, room list, array of actor class references. So I reverse the room list. I grab the first one off the top. But again, we're running the same problem, I think. Given an array and an index, returns a temporary copy of the item in the array at that index. If the copy changes to this item will not be propagated back to the array. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing in this case. But I'm pretty sure I have to have it by reference. Actor class, reference class, the class you want to construct. So I'm spawning a new actor anyways, based on reference. Last room to be created. Oh, this is gonna take a little time. We'll figure it out though. So before it was randomly selecting a room. In this case, I'm talking about the last index. As the last room entered into my array of rooms. Here it was choosing. I don't want that. That's the same situation again. A random exit. Flawless, did you see the baby photos I showed? The little baby. So Ray again, so we're in the same situation. Oh no, I haven't put them out on Discord. I was just showing them on stream. Mama shared these with me. Having a good time out on the trampoline right now. This was her in her little climber tunnel earlier. Crawl tunnel, I guess, not climbing, crawling tunnel. I done one of these for my my oldest son, and he I would crawl through it too, and that was not not easy. And that's one of my favorites to look on her face. Yeah, she's getting big fast. She's cruising around furniture now. You know, she's getting to the point where she'll stand up on her own. She'll let go of the furniture and just stand there for a while. So she's getting really close to starting to do her little walk. This is her and I last night. Me, popcorn, her, Cheerios. Yeah, I mean, I love them when they're small, but I love them as they are too, as they grow. I get it. There's something about that small little baby phase. How's your youngest doing? Alright, so that we're removing from the exit list the one that's selected, but we first have to select. And if we have an exits list here, exit 1 and 2. Now that's a good question. So which exit is this? That's exit 2. Which would probably be the last on my list, technically. Oh wait, no, I can't say that because it's gonna choose exits. I'll tell you. Going to choose exit. It's going to populate the list of exits based on what is completely available. Okay, so it'll always be an exit 2 and an exit 1. But then there'll be many exit 1s. And whether or not I guess the right exit 1. Let me go back there. Yeah, I know we got an issue there. energy is not compatible with scene component object reference. I believe this is an index value. Return value integer. The index the item was found at, or -1 if not found. So it would return the index. The same as doing get here. And we need looking for scene component object reference. Oh shit! All right. I wonder. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, get some rest balls. Definitely. Get to sleep. We'll talk to you here soon. Thanks for being here this morning. Much love to you. That's gonna add a component. I don't want to add a component. Nope. Not gonna work, I don't think. There's gotta be a way to do it though. Welcome back, Mosh. Did you sleep well? Like a rock and like a baby. And these things I need is the array that I want to use. Turn value boolean true or false. It's not what I need either. Last index. Could do last index, but I don't feel like that's gonna work. It won't always be the last one, I don't think. It could be added at random, you know, like mixed up, and that would cause me a problem, I guess. The only way to handle that. There should be a way to sort, but there's no sort. Of course, I'm thinking, you know, higher level languages, C++ isn't that way. You literally have to write out the sort for an array all of your own. Hey, pineapples. How you doing? Welcome in. Glad to have you here. I actually think I might need to take a little lunch break because we gotta eat. Got about an hour and a half left. We're gonna call it for the day because we have to go pick up my daughter. And then we're back tomorrow night. I don't need to like subtract, add, none of that. Not adding items or removing them from my list. If I say select, then it's an index situation. And then I'm returning again, you know, array of scene component object references. I'm returning array, and I just, why am I turning array again? Oh, we don't need that. Excited. Good news today? And it could be one of those situations where sadly what I want to do, I'm only going to be able to do in C++ code. I wonder if something I could do with a macro. I think I'm going to have to read a little bit on blueprints, everybody. This last index get, and then apply the reference to here to spawn a new actor based on the same class. The thing is that I want to get, this is a setter, I think. Get the value of variable exits list. Get exits list? Nope, that was a get. We're not setting it. But we'd be setting the selected exit. This doesn't line up there. There's something else that I had there before. A random selection, so it would randomly select random item from specified array. But I want to specifically get a specific item from the array. And it's such a pain. In this case, you have to have an actual index value, and then it'll give you an object reference. And that index value is going to change every time that we add to the list. Oh, I am trying. Oh, excuse me. Oh, there we go. So I'm trying to build out the rooms. What, Mosh? My stretch? We're trying to build out the rooms. Originally it was like a random placement, right? And that doesn't really work for what I'm doing. I do want to build. I want to build based on user input as well as like how many rooms do they want available. But I don't want them just randomly placed because there's nothing, you know. Just look troubled. Hydrate, please. I got lots of water. But yeah, so I want it to look. I want it to be a square, right? A bunch of rooms inside of a square. So squares inside of a square. So those rooms don't really need to be randomly placed. The traps within them need to be randomly placed, but not the rooms necessarily themselves. I think there's a reward for that one, Motion. You spend points. Hydrate. I think, unless I got rid of it. Oh, I don't have one. Yeah. I thought I did. I may have got rid of it because I do drink water usually fairly often. And I know that, you know, people like to waterboard streamers. That's the last thing I wanted, was to be waterboarded. I would put a cooldown, of course, but I'll add it back. Being mad at me for carrying? I'm not being mad. I was like, I thought I had a reward. I don't, though. So I accept responsibility for that. So yeah, aside from working on the game, trying to at least get the base mechanics down. Of course, it wouldn't work right now because it's broken. But I'll be going to get my daughter here in just a little bit, and then tomorrow we'll be live again tomorrow evening from 6 to midnight, and then Saturday we'll be on yet again. Either around 6 or 7 until 10. I think we'll be on at 6 until 10 p.m. So Saturday night will be a good time to be on as well. Just trying to figure out. Let's see if I can do that while on stream. Hold on one second. Let's see.
Okay, I heard my Discord going off, but I don't know.
A lot of people all of a sudden showing up today now. Everybody's all late getting out. Alright, let's hear. Who wants that? Let's see. Gotta remember where that is, you know? Oh, there it is. I also found that they, Twitch is a little weird with, like, the channel points thing. If you deactivate too many of them, they get upset with you. didn't think I deleted it, but it looks like I completely deleted it. They normally have a way to enable and disable. There we go. Oh, sorry about that. It's been a long day. A long, just everything. Probably edit this one again. I added it through Twitch specifically. I prefer to, apparently streamer.bot can add rewards to here, and then I can control them through streamer.bot, like, you know, update them there instead of having to go. So it's like one place, stop, all shop, you know? So yeah. It should be there now. Yep, new 500 points. Not bad. Put a cooldown of 30 minutes, that way people can't waterboard me. But with that said, I have to go use the restroom, so I will be right back, everybody. Alright, we're back. Looks like we caught the last bird. The flutter frog. There's a flutter frog. Let's see what it says. Flutter frogs have round, pudgy bodies and tiny butterfly-like wings. Their wings can barely support their attempts to fly, but that doesn't stop them from trying their best. Their stretchy forms can hold an abundance of spirit energy, making them popular choices for witches looking for a familiar. In fact, if they are able to reach a peaceful state of mind, their innate energy helps them float gracefully. Unfortunately, this only lasts while in a trance-like state. Ever since I found out that flutter frogs from other regions have their own distinct wing patterns, I've been sketching each different design as I come across them in my travels. I'd love to be able to catalog them all someday. So yeah, right. It's a cute little thing. Honestly, I don't know if let's see here. I don't know if Spirit City has done this, but they really should. So, let's see. Do they have their community page? Yeah, upcoming releases, discounts. Yes, we're back. Yay! Thanks, pineapples. But if I go and I look up, what is it? Franbo. Oops. What did it do? Why? View page. So here, Franbo done this like makeshift. They did their own plushie. Of course, they did it with a couple of the characters, I think. But that would be kind of cool, I think. I don't know why. You know, why they haven't tried that yet, but honestly, I think Spirit City, they should do that with their creations, their little characters. They have a bunch of them, right? So, we got the Waxolotl, which is like a, axolotl, but with wax on his head. Cute little guy. The Hamstereo. 8-bit for, gamers. Boba Pole. Inkster. Vutodu. So yeah, they got a bunch of different little ones. He's my favorite, the Arachnid. But as you uncover them, in wardrobe, Spirit Companion. So you can actually decide to pick, there's a little frog dude. You can pick the spirits that you found as your little Spirit Companion. Didn't even realize he'd be meditating there with me. That's funny. So obviously inspired by the lo-fi YouTube channels that have been around for a while, but lots of fun. It's just good for when you're working. If you hadn't seen it before, Mosh, but you do have you can start your own journal. You can enter in habits that you want to try and keep up on, and you can add a timer. How do I close that? Close it. And then the tasks you're trying to complete for the day. None of that even applies anymore. I should add some new tasks. Well, it's keeping track of your work, right? And otherwise, you know, it's just the chill lo-fi music. Oh, task tracking? That doesn't work for you that well? Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to keep what's called a bullet journal. So each day I would mark down what needs to be done for that day in little bullet points. And that way I could, you know, and there's little symbols I would use to like say, okay, now we're moving this on to the next day. It's done. Stuff like that. So in fact, let's see here. I haven't been keeping up with my journaling, but yeah, so like this would be a good option. You know, it would show a list of items. I X out the bullet point if I completed it, put a little arrow to the right if it needed to be moved to the next day, you know, draw a line through it if it doesn't apply anymore, so on. So I kind of liked being able to see like everything and then slowly be Xing it off for the entire day. Like, yep, we did that, we did that, we did that. Kind of what I need to be doing with this. So let's see. Let me see. Do a quick search here for. I think I did that earlier as my search. Darn it. Let's try actually searching for it. I'm not looking for random location right now. We are looking for specific locations. 2 component.
Hey guys, and welcome back to another Unreal Engine 4 tutorial. Today's video is going to be a quick one of just showing how to spawn in an actor at a specific socket location, and this will also allow you to also attach it to that socket. Though you don't have to, you can just spawn it at the location, but you can also attach there if you want, but again, you do not have to. So let me hit play and show what we're going to make today. So what's going to happen is when I press 1, what's going to happen is something is going to spawn in the socket location of my head, and if I move about, it's staying in that location, so it's spawned in the location of my socket. However, with the changes I've just made, when I press it now, it's going to spawn in that location, but also stay there, so it's now attached to the socket. Now obviously I'm just spawning in a cube on the head just to kind of simulate a hat. This can be whatever you want it to be, so this is obviously good for a sword and shield, or a gun, or anything else you want the player to hold, or even maybe a cape. Again, this can be used for absolutely anything. It doesn't even have to be this. It could be maybe you want to spawn in particles in a certain location on the player's socket, so you want to spawn them in the hand or the feet. Again, this can be used for anything that you want. But this is what we're going to be going over and creating today. So without further ado, let me do this code and I'll show you how I've done it. So the first thing we want to do is we want to open up the blueprint of which the socket is in. So for me, that's going to be the character because I want to spawn it on the player socket. So that's going to be third person BP, blueprints, third person character. The socket is obviously being on the skeletal mesh, which we have here. So I want to spawn it on this here. So I'm going to go to the event graph and just get the button which I want to use to spawn this in. So this could be event begin play for you, or any button. So for me it's 1. So again, if you're maybe doing this on an attack, you want to use your attack button. If this is just for a gun or a weapon, you probably want to do it on event begin play. Out of pressed, what we're going to do is we're going to get our mesh. Out of this, we're going to get socket transform. Now you can do just location.
Not sure this is going to apply.
If you want. However, I'm going to do transform, so it also gets the rotation and scale too. Again, you don't have to, but you most.
It's one of those things that we're going to learn about different ways to, you know, do things within Unreal, but then we're going to have to figure out, okay, how do we use that specifically for this? La la. Let's see here. Wind that just a smidge back.
We can play. Out of pressed, what we're going to do is we're going to get our mesh out.
So that came right from the components. In my components, I have selected exit, default scene route. That provides me this is where it gets to be difficult because he already has, you know, the capsule component, and he got the mesh from the capsule component, which was the third-person character itself. Okay, so that's my problem. Let's see here. I don't know if any of that works. I see what he's doing, but it's not exactly the same that I'm trying to do, so... So after the room's been spawned, set the new room. Grab the exits from that room. And then append them to this list. After it removed the one from previously, there's one that we were going to use. Which, based on the way that I have this set up, that would be my row, would be this one here, exit 2. And that is what I was trying to do, I was trying to find exit 2 in the list. So when the first room is generated, it would find exit 2. And put that as my selected exit. And then remove it from the list, so it'd only be exit 1. And then a new room would spawn, and we have 2 exit 1s and then an exit 2, right? We do exit 2, up until I hit 10 rooms, and then go and try and pull exit 1 from the first room on the room list, which would be the next problem, right? Maybe that's what I should do. So that'd be similar to this. I do. Array. Last index. Gets that last index. That's my selected exit. Not sure. I assume this is an assumption here, but each time it spawns the actor, it'll take the exits and append them to the list in order. So I'd have exit 1 and 2. If it does it the way I think it'll do it, I don't even know if I have to be doing it this way, honestly. Be more like spawn. First row. And then it would spawn up the row across. And when I go back to do the second one, the next row, it'd always be looking for the first indexed array item, right? Because I'm going to remove exit 2 here. Get the last index every time until we hit 10. Should make a row of 10 or 5 or whatever. this. So I can test this out and see what happens. Nothing random. Why is that not coming up with... Oh, that's why. Oh, whoops. So hopefully this doesn't blow up in my face, we'll see. I didn't do exactly what I wanted. I got 2 rooms, it looks like. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Oh, that could be why. Still didn't do exactly what I wanted, but... Forgot to send it back to this one since we renamed it. Then instead it tried to come down here, I think. Spawn the next room random. Threw some things off. But the transform wasn't the right thing either. Now this says it won't be propagated back to the array, so I don't know if I can remove it. If it's a copy, guess we'll find out. We're gonna put breakpoints and walk our way through this. Oh, was it having a problem with the breakpoint because I hadn't compiled? Okay. Exit 1, exit 2. Exit 2. Okay. Selected exit is unknown because we didn't break it here, so it hasn't added that yet. We did break it here, so we'll see. Selected exit is exit 2. So exit list showing 1, so it does remove the exit as I'd hoped. Room list. Yeah. I just don't think the transform's working the way I expect it to, but that's okay. But then it broke. It didn't keep going. Means the room row count isn't being set, that's why. Play again. Okay, so now it's gonna go back and spawn again. I don't trust what's happening because it didn't obviously spawn it the way I was expecting it to. Let's see our exit list here. So far we've added up all these exits. And it is doing what I thought it would do. Exit 1, exit 1, exit 1, exit 2. It adds it down here. So as it plays through, we shouldn't have any exit 2s now. All exit 1s because we removed what we were using. This will be interesting. Because it's obviously not spawning it the way I expected it to, but it is at least doing what I was expecting with the array. So I have no idea what happened here. But we should have 10 rooms, and it seems like they're overlapping. At this point, they are overlapping each other, which is okay. I mean, we were curious as to what we were going to get. Oh, maybe they're not overlapping. Where's the rest of my rooms? So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was the base room. Give me 1 second, everybody. They're overlapping. Okay. We are back again, everybody. I don't know what's going on. But we certainly made progress. It just seems to be, I thought, see, it looks like it's sticking it where that arrow is. See, that arrow's there, and it's sticking it where that one is. But I thought that was exit 2, not exit 1. I mean, exit 1, not exit 2. So why is it grabbing... See, that is saying exit 2. And this should be exit 1. But why is it sticking the room over there? And so far away, too. It's doing something weird with the transform. Alright, let's see what it's doing here. Which was a button. So like most code editors, if you press like F5 or F8, it continues on. F9 for breakpoints, but yeah, usually it continues on, so without you having to press this button each time. So translation is 550. But why is it putting a rotation on it? Because... oh, I know why it's putting a rotation on it. Because I decided, let's see if we can do the whole thing. And we knew better than that. Value location. I don't care about rotation or transformation. I don't want to rotate or transform. Or scale, I mean. Rotate or scale. Alright, let's see what we get this time. I could probably take out my breakpoints, but just in case. Hey, we've got a row of rooms! Nice. But it's using exit 1 instead of exit 2, it looks like. I don't get that. Not the right exit. Okay. That's fine. We've got rooms. That's all that matters to me at the moment. So, I don't know, now that it's gone through, do we still have... yeah, see, I don't have anything for exit list because I can't see it. But I'll have to adjust it slightly because this made, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, it made 6 rooms and we only wanted 5 technically. So, for the next Jurassic World movie? Why? I'm trying to think of what the last Jurassic World movie was. I know I saw a Jurassic Park movie. It was a couple of years ago, actually. Let's see. Show me the list of movies. I mean, they've done so many. One of my favorite actors, Jeff Goldblum. In order. Okay, how do we just... damn it. There you go. Yeah, I saw Jurassic World Dominion. That was the last one I saw. I saw the first one, second one, I think I even saw the third one, and then just lost interest after that. I think I saw the first one in theaters, if I recall correctly. I was, let's see here. I was 10 years old. What's the rating on the original? It might be R. I don't think so. I think it was like PG-13. Obviously, yeah, parental guidance. I know I saw it in theaters though. I went with a couple friends and we saw it in theaters. So I had to been based off of when I was born, about 10 or so. You like the Jurassic Park's motion? I like most of them. Was it? I think it was Lost World, wasn't it, where they brought the T-Rex back to the States? Or was that the third one? No, that was the second one, wasn't it? Then Jurassic World, man, yeah. Cool action movie is not part of the franchise. They fucked it. You know, I hadn't seen these three in between. This one, I didn't mind so much. But, you know, again, like you said, it's more of an action. And yeah, I did see him because it's Jurassic World, that now, you know, the animals are more worldwide than just at the park location. But you're telling me to avoid these? Okay. I didn't have any intention to, but I want to say it was the second one that they brought a T-Rex back to the States, and I didn't like that one at all. That was just me. The first and the third one I think I liked, but the second one I was just like, ugh. And there's just some of the acting in that. Or some of the story, I can't remember. I can't remember what it was that made me go, I should probably go back and watch it again, though. So, again, why should they cast me for the next Jurassic World? Especially if you don't like Jurassic World. Alright, so we've got a row of rooms. That's exciting. For the voice acting of the dinosaur? Oh. I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or not. You know, I could probably just, was it like roar? And then we could change that up, you know. Let's see here. They do a lot of, you know, auto adjustment. In fact, when I was in band, all right, I'll take it as a compliment. When I was in band, though, we had, in high school, they gave me what was called Lion's Roar. Essentially, it's a snare drum where they poked a hole in the snare head and they put a rope through it, tied a knot in the other end, and then you kind of pull on it. And then you take a wet rag and you grab that rope and you kind of run it up along of it, you know. So I could see them taking like something like that and then, you know, tweaking it a little bit. But in reality, I think when I looked into it, Mosh, they like, you know, since we don't know what they really sounded like, right? They kind of go off of, you know, well, they're kind of bird-like and they're kind of, you know, they would most likely have like a lion's roar, right? And so what they did is they take the sound of a lion, I think, and they took the sound of like a bird or something, and they kind of mix them together to get that sound they get for most of those dinosaurs. But yeah, it's usually like a blend or, you know, a tweaking of one sound or another. But I do remember seeing something about, you know, the dinosaur sounds, particularly in the Jurassic Park series and Jurassic World series, and that I think later on they got closer to what they believe to be true sound, right? I think someone has created the true, like what they believe to be the true sound based off the structure of the, like their skull. It is truly fascinating stuff if you get into it. Alright, so we have spawn first row. I may change some of this, but what we do need to do is if it is greater than, say greater than 1. When it equals 1, we want the dropout. Either that, or I have to take the room row count. Like if someone enters 5, and actually subtract 1 from that to add 2, which we could do that. That might be better. Just then we're still using the base 0 concept. So I'm not sure if that's actually going to hit that the way I want to. We're going to test it real quick. Yeah, I did exactly what I wanted. I wanted to hit 4 as my value. So then it's 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So a total of 5. And what we'll actually get is 4 rooms from here plus the start room. So whatever the count is, it'd be, you know, -1 from their rooms plus our start room. Start room will always be so if it was 10, it would be 9 rooms plus the start room. 9 rooms will be added across, and then 9 rows being added down, making 10 total. So that's spawn first row. Now we have to create one they call spawn next row and do that for X number of times. In this case, we actually want I wonder if I should just call that room count again. Now I'll watch the Fallen Kingdom one. Is that a Jurassic World one as well? And yes, I do that with movies, and no, I don't accept judgment. Oh, you'll rewatch your favorite parts, yeah. Oh, just the favorite parts? I just got a notification on Reddit under the partnered YouTube channel on Reddit saying the guy who runs the YouTube algorithm pretty much spilled the buoyant beans. This is interesting. So I'm curious what he spilled the beans about. In fact, if there's a video attached to it, Mosh, I'll probably forward it on to you. You know, it's something for you to take a look at. If I've rewatched it too much, I usually skip dialogue. Because, you know, we want to try and maximize our algorithm as much as possible. Oh, I see. Just get to the best action parts or funny parts or... Cleaning up my tabs that are open. A lot of people have ended their lives that were open that I was lurking on. with that. It's funny how many people they're like, I saw you were watching, I saw you live earlier, like, are you done with your live already? And they know. Just popping in to lurk on you. Me likey running? Wait, I missed something here. If I rewatch it too much, yeah, okay, yeah. The parts that activate the neurons on my caveman brain. Me likey running. Oh, pardon me. So I was thinking about changing this back to like, because that seems more like the count, the row count, not just like room count. Maybe room count would be fine. People in danger. Uncle Booby, you know. Yeah. Room row count. To me, that seems like the number of rows, the way I have that worded. So I do think I want to rename that to room count, or to have another one called room count like we did before. But a room total, I don't think I used that, have I? It's here at the moment, but I think we'll change that then. That's the one I'll use. Doc, will you support me in the never-ending aspiration of becoming a comedian? Is that really what your aspiration is? You want to be a comedian? It's always in the back of your mind. Yeah. My brother and I don't know. We say some funny shit at times. I don't know if I could do comedians. Like, the worst part is I've said some pretty hilarious things, or at least I thought they were hilarious. And other people have laughed about the things I've said. But at the same time, you know, when I do it, it's always on the fly. And so it's never something that I sit down and go, oh, let me go write that down. You know? So, yeah, I don't really think about that, I guess. If I was to go to, like, to try to be a comedian myself, you gotta make sure you write your stuff down, right? With media now, we have so much potential, even just the compilation or type of expressing it. Yeah, it is. You don't want to do stand-up in front of everybody? I know a guy who wanted to be a public speaker. He wanted to go into government work, like not government, but aspirations to be like, you know, public office, right? So you're going to be doing most likely public speaking at some point. And I didn't know him really personally. I met him one night, a friend of a friend kind of thing. We were all at the bar. And he was talking about, you know, how, like, he would do this karaoke stand-up. Like, he'd do the karaoke there. I'm like, how did, like, I don't know. I'm not big into singing in front of a lot of people. But he was doing it. He's like, I don't care how bad I sound or how good I sound. The whole point of it is the fact that I'm doing it around these people, and, you know, it helps me get over that fear of doing something, you know, in front of others. So if I get my shit together, I would at least be able to get on stage. The rest is history. Hey, I'm there for you, Mosh, if you want to be a stand-up comedian. Well, not stand-up comedian. If you want to do comedy. I'm there if you want to do stand-up. If you want to be a stand-up comedian too, but if you want to do comedy, absolutely, yeah. User room count, room row count. We're gonna change that to room count. Make sure that what I did didn't break it, right? One, two, three, four, five. Yep, there we go. Spawn first row, yeah. Now. I feel like I should change that to something else too, more meaningful. User room count doesn't necessarily, like, you know, grab exactly what I'm working on here. Doesn't express what I'm looking at, you know? Hey Mosh, I'm sending you a link. So this link is a list of accounts that are viewed as viewer bots on Twitch. Accounts that most likely, you know, you have viewer bots already out there, and they kind of go and they look at the account. I haven't been reporting them. Doesn't really matter. Oh, okay. But I do usually ban them. Or block. Usually I ban, because blocking means that they stay there. I've banned them in the past. It's just, you know, if you spot one, if any of them come up, please do. Honestly, I haven't really seen many that have come up, you know, since then. It's been a long time since I've seen any of them pop in. There were a few at one time I was like, I wonder. And when I checked, I said, it didn't even come up. So I was like, all right, obviously not a bot, which is good. Thank you, Mosh. You know, that whole expectation thing I've got to write up yet still. Okay, so we got our row. The next thing I need to do is I don't really need this anymore. This was more for spawning random rooms, which we're not doing anymore. We will be spawning random traps, not quite the same. So this was a fun way to start to understand what we were doing. It kind of got us into here to understand how we want this to be built out, right? So we will copy and paste that. Call this spawn next row. Nice. Thank you. And then what we want to do, actually want to copy and paste this down here. Actually, no, I don't. I don't want those. I mean, it's a good way to like remember what I'm doing, but let's see here. It's the fuck me. DW, we communicate on the spot as well. We're fast learners. Doc, are you a smart fella or a fart smeller? You know, my kids, 1 year they were given the option of like what kind of t-shirt to get me, and they chose a shirt that said "World's Best Farter." So I love my kids, I do. DW. I should know that, right? I think that's what you need to be challenging me on, is like you were challenging me on like the terminology, right? Different words, like Riz and all this. I'm like, as I recall, the original quiz was supposed to be about like, you know, the shorthand that people use that I don't, you know, obviously don't remember. Like YW, you're welcome. DW, Doc's welcome. Let's see. We wanted to. Yeah. See. I should have known, I guess. Doc's welcome. Yeah. Don't worry. Be happy. I do my best to practice that every day. Not to worry, but be happy. So what I need is... Okay, so we have room count, which is fine. I wanted to leave this so that I can pull from it again as necessary. I'll rename this one to row count, and we don't need the column count, honestly, as a result, because the column will be based on the room rows, right? Or the room count. Oh, wait, shoot. I should keep this separate. Because I'll have to reset it again for each one of these rows. For the next row. Oh shit, damn it. It's really the way it should be written each time. Written in actual coding format. I should be taking more care with that. I mean, it works, but so if I set the room count, I wonder if it renames it. That's better. And then do a room count. Actually, no, we need that to go there, but we need to come back here. This would be the best place to put it. Okay. The first thing we're going to do is set the room count for the row by pulling the row room count. Alright, Mosh, no worries. I'm being in the stream about 12 minutes, so we'll be in the stream here real soon. Alright, you need me, send me a message, or I don't know. I'll start calling you on Discord directly. Mosh, where are you? Okie dokie. So we won't be on for much longer anyways. It's all good. Thanks for being here today. Thanks for being with me, for hanging out, talking to me while I was working. Good idea, like a mad mother. What do you think you're doing? I hope I'm not distracting you. Just trying to keep your mood up. Oh, yeah, no. You're good. You've been doing an amazing job, Mosh. I really appreciate it. I do. Yeah, you'd be surprised when I get frustrated, I get stuck on something. On a stumbling block, I start, well, this is a wooden desk, but I told you before, I think, that I would get really angry, kind of like a rage quit, right? And I would bait on my desk, and it's glass is what my old desk was. Thankfully it was very thick tempered glass. So it never did break, but the few times I beat on that thing. And the guy that I sold it to, if he's watching, obviously it was still in good condition, right? So let's see, row room count. Yeah, so that's like the room count that I want per row. And that's why, I thought about maybe it'd be better if it's actually up here for the row, but no, I just room count for the row works for me. How many rooms do we want? So that'll set my row count, and then as it works its way through, it'll subtract the 1, which also means, I think, about one of these, yeah, right there, row room count or room count. Put as default 0, so I'm curious now. If we default that to 0, will it still do what I expect it to do? Oh no! Dungeon function, branch call, stack show. Whoa, geez, alright, that's not one. Server logged in, play, and editor, store, blah. Okay. Where's the issue? Where'd you got a problem? Spawn first row. It compiled. Yet something didn't go right. So let's get it to here. 4. Play through. Play through. 4. Play. Okay. So now But what is the value of the room count? See, it's showing default value of 0 still. Or room count. Room count shows 4. Okay, so it played through up to there. Room count still shows 4. Did it not subtract a room? No, it does. Room count of 3. Oh, shit. Ah, okay, stop. Yeah, I know what my problem is. 2.5 gigs out of 16 for the vid. I'll leave it overnight and have it by morning. Nice. But it is downloading. You're getting it from here. Cool. So have you been running it this whole time since I gave you that link earlier? Yeah, I told you, a 6-hour stream is a big file. So, you know, I mean, it's obviously if you were to clip all the funny events out of my stream, I'd just download all the clips. But at the same time, 60 seconds is, I think, or no, you can get up to 3 minutes on Twitch, can't you, for a clip? I don't know how big their clips can be. Okay, so the problem is that when it redoes this, there's my problem is. So, this was not the place to put that. I actually want to set it here. Set room count. Before it drops in. And then row room count, right? So does that even matter? Oh my gosh. Does it even matter at the moment what I'm doing? So yeah, I'm wondering if I could have just done this then. Pass that forward, right? I wouldn't want to pass this one forward because this one's going to change. We would want to set it again. So I'd want to reset it back to this initial value here. Okay, that worked. So yeah, I was gonna take the room count, drop it out here. I'll set the room count again. Now, honestly, I want a loop situation for spawn next row. Actually, I want it with this in it. Let's see what we got. I just realized this set here has to be played through. Hey, Captain Chillin. How you doing, man? We're just about to end our stream. Appreciate you popping in. But yeah, I have to go get my daughter, so sadly we're gonna be in just a couple minutes. But we made some progress today, dude. Just filled out a job application. Nice. I filled out like a dozen or so in the last few weeks. What job you looking to get? Yeah, thanks, AJ. Why did I say AJ? IJ. I think it's AJ. Man, I don't know why I saw your name, IJ. I don't know why that can't. Why I thought AJ. I think it's because you have good to say. Stocking and cleaning. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, my fingers are crossed that you get it, man. So I would literally have to run that through. I can't do that here. It's not the way this is going to work. I mean, it can work that way, but I have to do something else. I guess at this point, I see I'd have to, that's just nasty. Completed condition. Am I using row count? I don't think I'm using row count now, am I? That is probably gonna be my solution. So, let's see, that doesn't make sense. No. We'll use, I'm not gonna use a while loop here. We'll do like what we did up here with the spawn next row. Maybe. Let me think about this for a second. I'm not thinking of for each, I don't think. Just set loop. No. Okay, yeah. Okay. So first index is 0. Last index would be up to my count. That would be up to 5. But we've already got a row. Now loop body, I believe, would be like this. So I believe if I come out here with this, Spawn. Next room. If I'm correct, this is supposed to be this here. I'm gonna have to look up some of this to make sure I've got that right, but I think we got that about right. Alright everybody, we're gonna stop here today. This is coming along. We are getting there. I'm glad, I'm excited. We're getting there. So definitely soon enough we will have a square of rooms that are V-sizable based on input. Now granted, we don't have it hooked up with actual input to a user interface or anything like that yet, but we're gonna get there. That's kind of where I would like to go, is where like users can select a choice of size of rooms, and that'll also dictate how many traps and things like that. So we'll get there. It's coming together piece by piece. So let's see if we got somebody else working on Unreal Engine 5 today. See ya, IJ. Hey, if you don't mind, I might reach out to you here in a minute. Talk to you about that whole Kickstart thing that you said. Reach out to me. Curious what you got to say. Bye-bye, Mosh. Yeah, let's read out to this guy here. Mars9T, making a horror. Someone else here talking about spaghetti code in UE5. It's crazy to see how many of us are out there. There's quite a few. Well, they got a test stream going on, one of them. Alright. I think I'm going to choose Mars9T.
Okay.
All right, everybody. This is the end. Appreciate all of you being here with me today. I appreciate all the love. I appreciate everybody showing up, hanging out, watching, lurking. I will see you again here soon. I hope you have the rest of your days good, blessed, and that you stay safe while you're out there. Much love to all of you.
Please?